1/6% of the treatment capacity we need. This settlement, even if it only went to drug treatment, as we talked about, is going to other things.
All right.
Recording in progress.
All right. Good evening. This is City Council regular meeting for December 16th, 2025. And we get a roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Here.
Councilmember Fahey. Here. Mayor Lay.
Here.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Here.
Councilmember Hefner.
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Here.
Councilmember Kern.
Right. If you could join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Our first item of business tonight is an executive session, and let's see, I will kind of announce that, I guess. The first item in the executive session will be performance review of officials appointed by the City Council. I am requesting that the City Council convene an executive session for the purpose of discussing annual performance evaluations of the municipal judge and prosecuting attorney. And the second item for the executive session will be real property acquisition and dispositions. The city manager is requesting the City Council convene an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions concerning property in Louisville only as to appraisals and other value estimates and strategy.
Thank you, Mayor. As noted on the meeting agenda, the mayor and city manager are requesting an executive session for discussion of annual performance evaluations of the municipal judge and prosecuting attorney pursuant to Section 5-2B of the city's Home Rule Charter and CRS Section 246402-4F, and discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions pursuant to Section 5-2C of the Home Rule Charter and CRS Section 246402-4A, specifically as to appraisals and other value estimates and strategy. Prior to entertaining any motion, the city clerk will read a statement required by the city code.
It is the policy of the city to conduct public business and meetings open to the public. While in executive session, it is inappropriate to take straw votes, keep minutes, or to make any final decisions. It is the duty of each member to ensure that executive sessions are conducted in strict compliance with this ordinance, state and federal law, and any applicable provisions of the state and federal constitutions. If at any time the scope, nature, or parameter of this executive session goes beyond the publicly stated topic, it is the responsibility of the council to terminate and cease any further deliberation within the executive session and return to the public meeting. Only those topics described in city ordinances may be discussed in an executive session. Those topics are summarized as follows. 1, where federal or state law requires that the information being discussed remain confidential. 2, certain personnel matters involving only employees directly appointed by the council and other personnel matters upon request of the city manager or mayor. 3, consideration of water rights and real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals, value estimates, and strategy. 4, legal consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation.
Regarding the authority for the executive session, Section 5-2B of the Home Rule Charter authorizes an executive session for the purpose of reviewing the performance of employees directly appointed by the City Council. An executive session for this purpose is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Section 24-6-4024F of the Colorado Revised Statute. The request involves evaluations for the municipal judge and prosecuting attorney, who are both directly appointed by the City Council. Section 5-2C of the Charter authorizes an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals and other estimates of value and strategy. An executive session for this purpose is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Section 24-6-4024A of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The request involves potential acquisition of real property. With that, Mayor, you may entertain a motion to go into executive session for consideration of performance reviews and evaluations and real property acquisitions and dispositions. And I'll note that there are different employees who will be a part of the two segments of the executive session.
Thank you. I move to go into executive session for the purpose of consideration of performance review of employees directly appointed by the City Council and real property acquisitions and dispositions, and that the executive session include City Manager Diane Langley, Deputy City Manager Summer Fox, Community Development Director Rob Zaccaro, City Attorney Kathleen Kelly.
Second.
Any discussion? Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Fahy?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern? Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman?
Yes.
Okay, since we have more than five, we're authorized to go into executive session. We're going to take a break from the dais, go downstairs for executive session. We will be down there until we conclude, and there'll be a note on the I think on Zoom feed, so it'll indicate that we will resume no earlier than 6. Thank you. all for hanging in there with us online and in the council chambers. Some of you have been here 2 hours, and I appreciate that. We were doing important work in executive session, I can say that. As a result, coming back from executive session, the first thing we need to do is to hear from the city attorney with a report.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council, as noted on the meeting agenda, the executive session was for 2 topics: evaluation and performance review of the municipal judge and prosecuting attorney, who are officials appointed by the city council, and real property acquisitions and dispositions. The council did discuss the annual performance reviews of the municipal judge and prosecuting attorney, and as a follow-up on that item, the city council should appoint 2 of its members to meet with the municipal judge and prosecuting attorney to share the council's feedback from the evaluation and performance review. The council did also discuss real property acquisitions and dispositions, and no formal action or follow-up from the council is required at this time.
Thank you. And I'm going to move at this time that the council appoint Councilmember Cooperman and Councilmember Hefner to provide the feedback from our executive session, their evaluation to them.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And one other thing, I guess I should probably add on to that. Maybe we can get that done in a month. That would be great. It sounded like that was not too difficult. So, okay, let's move on to the agenda. Can I get a motion concerning the agenda?
Move we approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Next part is public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. Please tell us your name, and if you're a Louisville resident, if you want to make public comment and come to the podium here. If you want to make public comment, provide a card to the city clerk. You can get the cards right outside of the council chambers. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes or 6 minutes if you're pooling time with another person in attendance. All opinions are welcome. Please be respectful of one another and of the speaker. To ensure everybody feels welcome to share their comments, please refrain from any cheering, clapping, booing, or otherwise disruptive behavior. Do we have any public comment? No. All right. Can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next is council informational comments and committee reports. Who has comments? Committee reports? I have a couple of comments. One is that probably most of us know about the horrific attacks in a whole variety of ways over the weekend, particularly the one in Australia and others as well that put our Jewish brothers and sisters at, in harm's way, and in some cases killed them. And I just want to say, I know that people are hurting as a result of that. I know that we've just begun Hanukkah, and it should be a time of happiness and joy for everyone, but certainly for those who celebrate. And it's a very scary time. And so I want to just acknowledge that. There is tomorrow at the ice skating rink, I think it's 4 to 6, Hanukkah on ice, which is a celebration of Hanukkah. I encourage, I think there'll be certainly Jewish folks who will show up to that, but I encourage people in the community who aren't Jewish to show up to that, to show some solidarity and to let people know that folks should be safe in our community when they're celebrating. So at any rate, I wanted to say that. Do we have anything else? Any other council comments right now? All right. Seeing none, let us move then to our first item of regular business, which is the election. Sorry. Oh, I did jump over that. Please, city manager.
All right, so happy thing. So Louisville has been officially designated as a bird city as Bird City, Colorado by Environment for the Americas, becoming the 7th city in the state to earn this recognition. So congratulations to OSAB, because this is one of their items on their work plan. Also related to the XL public safety power shutoff, we did recently send out a communication just a few minutes ago. As of right now, Louisville is outside of the shutoff area. However, we could be subject to outages just because of the expectation of high winds tomorrow. And so we encourage people to take the precautions necessary to have devices charged. And we have a lot of recommendations in the email that went out, and then also the social media postings that we're doing. With this, we are canceling the LSAB meeting for tomorrow night. And however, the Senior Services Holiday Brunch is still scheduled for tomorrow at the Senior Center. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next item is really the first item of regular business, which is the election of Mayor Pro Tem. And the way we'll do this will be have nominations, and then we'll close the nominations, and we'll have any discussion that we have, and then we'll vote. So, yes, Council Member Fahey.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to nominate Caleb Dickinson, our current Mayor Pro Tem, as our continuing Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. I, of course, accept the nomination and would love to continue to serve as the Mayor Pro Tem. I've loved it quite a bit. But with that being said, I would actually like to offer the alternative of passing the torch to Councilmember Barbara Hamilton. And so I am going to nominate Councilmember Hamilton to be our next Mayor Pro Tem, and certainly encourage all of you to vote in that direction alongside me. It's been really cool, and I think you got to serve for a couple years with Maloney, and I got to serve a couple years with Chris, and I think it'd be nice for someone else to get that opportunity.
Let's get a second. I'm second.
Second.
Oh, I don't think mine even got seconded.
No, because you turned it down. So we've got a motion and a second. Are there other nominations? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote. Why don't we take a roll call on that?
No comment.
No comments.
Judy's asking if you want comments.
Are there comments? Would you like to make a comment? Go ahead.
Before we vote, it would be, yeah, I would
fine.
love to, actually.
Okay.
I just, thank you, actually, for being our Mayor Pro Tem for the last 2 years. But thank you also for nominating Barbara. It was my plan to do so tonight, so you beat me to it. I definitely appreciate that you're there. I would just like to express my high level of confidence in this entire council and everybody's willingness to step up in different roles. Deb a couple of years ago, Kayla last 2, and now Barbara. Thank you.
Other comments?
I will just say that one of the reasons I am nominating Barbara is for your calm and your thoughtfulness. You move at a slower pace than myself, always wanting more information than me, and I appreciate that about you, and your unwavering support of our staff and all the people that do all the hard work, and I think you will serve the role very well.
And I would say I adopt everything that Caleb has just said, and I think, Barbara, you're going to make a great pro tem. And I look forward to working with you as a partner during this next couple of years. And so, thank you for being willing to do it. And thank you to Caleb for just doing an absolutely bang-up job the last couple of years. And I really appreciate all your good counsel and assistance. It's something to be very, very proud of. So now, let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Aw, last time, yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
All right. You can after we clap. Congratulations. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. You know, I'm honored to serve as the next mayor pro tem. I'm truly energized by the opportunity to work side by side with Mayor Lay in this capacity. And the thing I wanted to say is that my promise to you all is that I'll continue to show up in a way where we can achieve our goals in a manner that's rooted in respect, accountability, and driven really what's best for the entire community. So thank you all, and I look forward to serving in this capacity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, next item is municipal judge compensation. We have an ordinance and a resolution. Right now, we have to do this by ordinance, which is kind of a bit different, but it's ordinance number 1911, series 2025, an ordinance amending chapter 2.12 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning the salary of the presiding municipal judge, second reading and public hearing. And then a resolution number 104, series 2025, a resolution approving an agreement for municipal judge services and establishing the compensation therefore. Any disclosures by council members? No? Is there a staff presentation? Please.
Just a brief one. Thank you, Mayor, Council. As you mentioned tonight, I have an ordinance and a resolution that we're going to do as one item. First, the ordinance is to change the city code, which right now requires that you set the salary for the municipal judge by ordinance. This is different than how you set the compensation for the city manager, the city attorney, the city prosecutor, and the city water attorney, who are also your appointees. So this would align that compensation with how you compensate others, just making your life easier. And then next up is a resolution number 104. If you decide to approve ordinance 1911, the resolution would be to set the judge's compensation from $2,800 a month to $3,200 a month. And on this slide, you can see what his compensation is for his other municipalities, how much time he spends servicing those municipalities, and how many cases on average he does per month. So staff recommends council approval of ordinance number 1911, series 2025, and resolution number 104, series 2025, to update the municipal code and increase the compensation of the current municipal judge. Alternatively, you could choose to take no action on either and instead instruct staff to return with an ordinance to increase the salary for the municipal judge. Any questions?
Council members? Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
First, I'd just like to thank staff for pulling together the information about the hours and caseloads somewhat last minute. I have one little question. I think in the packet it mentions the particular fund from which we draw the money to pay our judge. I'm just wondering, do you know where that fund sits in our larger structure of funds?
So it sits in the general fund. It's under the municipal court fund. His salary is technically not salary or compensation, it's a contract. So it comes out of a different line item than, say, my salary or the court clerk salary.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
No other questions? Do we have, we're going to do here is there's 2 rounds of public comment for ordinances, and we'll do that with council discussion in between the first and second rounds. We'll come back to council discussion and then have motions on each of the separate items. So are there any public comments?
No.
No. All right. Council questions, comments initially? All right. Second round of public comments.
No.
All right. All right. So can we get a motion to approve ordinance number 1911, series 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Don't we?
Do we need a roll call for an ordinance?
Excuse me, we need a roll call on the ordinance, sorry.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Yes.
All right. Can we get a motion on the resolution?
I move to approve resolution number 104, series 2025.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next item on regular business is resolution number 105, series 2025, a resolution approving a lease agreement with Avid for Venture, Inc. for lease of city property located at 1501 Empire Road. We have a staff report.
Staff reports, no physical staff PowerPoint for you all today, but have an update for you all on property we own at 1501 Empire Road. It is the former Public Works City Shops building located on the other side of Highway 42. In January of 2020, the city entered into an agreement with Avid for Adventure for a 5-year lease term to rent that space, including the buildings on site as well as outdoor opportunities. Their lease is up with us December 31st, 2025. Earlier this year, we started conversations with them to renew that lease as they have a desire to continue to stay at that space. Part of the packet was an update on some outstanding items on their current lease to include some excess rent payments as well as the need for updated certificates of insurance. As of this morning, we have all of the updated certificates of insurances we need as per their lease, as well as all of the paid excess rent per the finance director's calculations on site. So those components have been completed as of this morning. So today we are looking for feedback and direction on entering into a new 18th-month lease for the property located at 1501 Empire Road. We have entered into an 18th-month lease as we are also getting an appraisal for the site to determine what potential next steps for that property could be. But this 18th-month lease will allow Avid ample time to continue to operate in the space, get through their summer busy season, and then determine an alternative if they decide, or we decide not to move forward with a lease on that site after the 18 months. This new lease would go into effect January 1st, 2026.
Okay, any questions for Manager Zarate? No?
I just wanted to add, Mayor, you have a new resolution that's been provided by the clerk. The resolution in the packet had a number of conditions. So the resolution before you tonight, should you choose to adopt it to approve the agreement, only has one condition left, and that is just revision of the exhibit to the lease agreement to reflect that the Brown Storage Building is not part of the leased premises. It is on the property, but they will not have access to that building and won't be using it. Vanessa was able to get an exhibit prepared at the end of the day today, but if you use the resolution in front of you, just know that we're ready to satisfy that condition at a staff level and move forward.
Thank you.
Do we need to approve the resolution with that change, or is it?
If you approve the revised resolution that was provided to you by the city clerk, that would be adequate to move forward.
Very good. All right. Public comments. Yes, please.
Of Avid Venture. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to say, after a lot of work going back and forth with city, feels good that we're at a place of resolution on this. We have not yet seen the revised resolution. All we've seen what was provided in the packet. Is it possible to have clarity on the resolution that's being considered so that we might comment upon that?
Yes. I think the answer is yes.
Is it the same that's in the packet where it just kind of summarizes and it says payment by lessee to the city of said amount representing the remaining amount due in excess rent under the current lease agreement, and then just removing the other options?
It is only option C remaining. That is the only condition, which is the revision of Exhibit A to reflect that the Brown Storage Building isn't part of the leased premises.
You'd like to take a look at Manager Zarate's computer, or if there's a written document for you to take a look at briefly? Do you have it? Do you have the revised?
The only one that remains is the revision of Exhibit A to remove the enclosed building. All the other exhibits were removed, or other conditions were removed.
Okay. Can I hold on to this while we comment? Yeah. Thank you for providing this. It's been a little bit opaque and difficult. It is unfortunate to be here so few days before the end of a 5-year lease with 13 small businesses in the building and us as well. So it's kind of been a long process. We are pretty interested in retaining the initial language that was proposed in the resolution that we reviewed, and it was kind of in good faith that we were acting on, which basically states that this is a closed issue after kind of going through the process with the city. It seems like that has been removed in this final resolution. And so for us, it just kind of leaves it as an open issue. This issue of excess rent, just in brief summary, has been a thorn in staff's side as well as ours over these years of kind of a complex term that has been subject to misinterpretation on our part and potentially on city staffs as well. It ended up in us overpaying by tens of thousands of dollars in our initial term that was then refunded to the city, and then apparently underpaying latter part of that lease. We have done our absolute best to reconcile this and bring it to the end of the road, but we would like to know that this is a final issue of this excess rent issue on this lease that is closing, so that we can move on to this 18-month forward-looking lease. And so if that is the intention of council, I understand, but it's difficult if that has been removed from the resolution for us.
Mayor, if I may, the city does not have documentation that is adequate for the finance staff to confirm excess rent for years previous to 2025. And that documentation was something that should have been provided to the city by the lessee, and the city just doesn't have it. We, in this lease renewal, attempted to reconcile year 2025, and we believe that the finance director has accurately done that for 2025. I drafted the resolution, and option one was simply to document what Ryder Bailey, the finance director, calculated as the remaining, as of the time this packet went out, what the city believed was still owed to the city for 2025. I see the language and I understand how they're interpreting it now. That was not the intent. If the council decides that their payment of the additional 624092 closes everything out, that's council's prerogative, but I just want the council to understand that we have not been able to do the work to determine whether the amounts paid in excess rent in previous years were accurate or not. Payments were made. 2025 was the first year where they made no payments for excess rent. Excess rent payments were due within 30 days after they received their rent from the subleasees, so periodically throughout the year. And my understanding is in previous years, checks were remitted to the city without any documentation. And so we don't have that. So just understand that if you're saying this is a closeout, we don't have the information to tell you what the amounts that the city may have not received for the previous years. 2025 is the only year we were able to do that.
I don't have a copy of the new resolution, so
I'm
that would
trying
be useful to
Print
have.
it right now.
Pardon me?
I'm trying to print it right now. I
Okay.
apologize.
Based on the revised resolution, which is coming momentarily, is it your recommendation that that we enter into, or that we approve the resolution?
Yes, so the revised resolution approves the new lease agreement because we, at a staff level, believe that they have paid the excess rent that was due for 2025. And that was what we told them that we needed to have before we brought the lease renewal to council with a recommendation for approval, that we needed to receive what the city was owed for 2025. The remaining condition is only the exhibit on the agreement, which staff was working on. That's not something from the lessee. It just simply will reflect that the Brown Storage Building isn't part of the lease premises.
Okay. And I'm understanding correctly that the lease agreement is, in fact, meeting of the minds between the lessee and the city?
Yes, and the lease agreement, beginning January 1, 2026, no longer contains any provision for excess rent because it has been such a difficult provision for the city to work with over the years. So the city took the base rent that was being received for the property, calculated out what the city should be receiving for excess rent based on what we knew of 2025, and then increased the monthly lease rate to just account for that. So there isn't any more of this back and forth about what excess rent is owed and what has the city received, because the city is not in a position to have good information on that.
And it's true then that the lessee is up to date on
They've paid 2025, yes.
prior years?
And we don't know.
We don't.
We don't have the documentation to confirm prior years.
Right. Other questions? Yes, Councilor.
Yeah, for continued clarification, they paid an amount in previous years. It wasn't that they didn't pay anything.
Correct.
It's that you cannot confirm whether that amount matches the subleases they had and the amount they got. It's like they got some money, they gave us some money. We're not really sure if
Right.
those two things line up. But they're current in 2025, and we're talking about saying, okay, so we're good, new lease, January 2026. All the past is forgotten. Everything new moving forward is simpler. And you're okay not having access to the Brown Building?
Yes.
So it seems like a lot of confusion, a lot of maybe previous conflict, but no current conflict?
Right. So the resolution will not, the revised resolution does not say they have paid us all excess rent due under the current lease, because we can't confirm that.
It also doesn't say we're pursuing
Correct.
2023 or
Right. We don't
24.
have the documentation to pursue it either.
It's a moot point. We're just not saying.
Right.
Other comments of any other council members? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Just to clarify, I mean, do we have to do something to make it a moot point if we want to, or not really, or?
No, I mean, if the council wants us to pursue documentation, I mean, they do have an obligation under the current lease to provide us the documentation, and we can do that. We will not do that without specific direction from the city council to do so.
If the amount hadn't been paid at all, how much would that be?
The total amount that the finance director calculated in excess rent for 2025 was $22,258.49. As of this morning, they have paid that total balance.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah.
Hefner.
Look, it seems like we're all square here. The amount that we can figure out that was due has been paid. We're entering a new lease while we get an appraisal. And unless anybody else has burning questions, I'd like to move the approval of resolution number 105, series 2025, as revised in this version in front of us, which deletes from the version in the packet, I think, section 1, subsections A and B.
Yes, that's correct.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thanks. Good luck in the future on this one.
Thank you for your service and work on this. We appreciate it. And we actually really look forward to a long and fruitful relationship with the city and putting this behind us. I appreciate the clarification. Thanks.
Very good. All right, the next item on the agenda is discussion direction, Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code and City Fire Hardening Code for structures.
I think you missed one.
Did I miss one? Golly. I'm living in the future. I'm living in the future. Sorry about that. All right. Resolution number 106, Series 2025. Resolution approving the Red Tail Ridge Lift Station Planned Unit Development. Is there a staff report?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Emily Klein Gibson, Planner 2, with the staff presentation. This is for Resolution 106, Series 2025, approving the Red Tail Ridge Lift Station PUD. There's a very short presentation tonight. The PUD application includes constructing a 1,031 square foot, one-story building that will house equipment for the lift station, which will transport wastewater from Red Tail Ridge to the treatment plant off of Empire Road. The PUD proposal also includes screened equipment areas and on-site landscaping. Access will be from Rock Crest Drive and will be restricted to maintenance workers only. There are two waivers for the PUD. One is to allow painted metal siding. The other is to allow a very limited light spill outside of property lines in emergency conditions. Planning Commission recommended approval at the November 13th regular meeting, and staff recommend approval of Resolution number 106, Series 2025. Additional information can be found in the staff report, and I'm happy to provide any answers to questions.
Any questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
The report says that Planning Commission recommended conditional approval. What was the condition?
So the condition was the Planning Commission recommended that the light spill be contained, basically that there would be no light spill outside of property boundaries. Following the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant revised their photometric plan for both normal and emergency conditions. They were able to fully contain the light within property boundaries for normal conditions and reduce the light spill significantly in emergency situations. The light, I'll just mention as well, the light that spills over property boundaries in emergency situations will not be turned on automatically. It has a switch, and again, it will only be for emergency situations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Can you explain to us what the proposed setup is for emergencies when there's power outages?
So part of the proposal includes a generator that would be able to supply.
And how is that generator powered?
It's a diesel, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
I want to follow up on two questions I asked previously. So at least one figure in the packet shows a natural gas line to the building, and the letter from the applicant discusses a natural gas line. Staff told us recently, though, that there is no natural gas connection. So I'm just wondering what the actual situation is.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think we have an answer to that question, why there's a natural gas line shown if there's no natural gas equipment. But we're looking at the outside and the site design, so we'd have to get back to you and consult with our Public Works Department to answer that question.
Okay, that's all right. And then the other one, I asked about the access road, and it sounded like the details were sort of still in flux.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you my current understanding. The intent is, it is a long access road. The intent is once Lot 1, Block 3 is developed, which is the lot where the access road goes through, it would incorporate that road into that development. So then, once Lot 1, Block 3 is built out, the road will make a little bit more sense within that development, and then access to the lift station would still remain.
Okay, that's helpful. Sorry. Had a couple other questions. So in the approvals for the whole site, some of the buildings were required to be LEED certified at some level. Does this building qualify for that or not?
So we haven't considered this as one of the qualifying buildings. It's really the private development buildings that have to be LEED certified. This is really part of the public works, public infrastructure. I don't even know if you can certify. I'm not sure if you can certify a building like this under LEED, so we had never considered it, only the private.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. Couple other little questions. So the concrete trail on the east side, is that technically part of the PUD, or is that just part of the, I thought that was just part of sort of the overall site plan infrastructure?
Both, yes. So the trail within the property boundaries is included with this PUD. It's also incorporated in an overall trail plan within Red Tail Ridge.
Okay, and then the waivers, I have a question or two. So one of the waivers is about the painted siding, metal siding. I mean, what other options do they have under our code, and why didn't they just choose one of those options?
Yeah, so some other options are stone or, some other like concrete type material. I think in general, siding has become a more common option. It's just explicitly not allowed in our current design standards. I think within the past year at least, metal siding has come through for other proposals, and staff finds that with this specific proposal, it does allow for a variation in architectural detailing and style, which is part of our design standards within the CDDSG. So it doesn't meet, the criteria for siding, but it does meet the criteria for providing a variation of material.
Okay. And so just to follow up, so we're thinking about rewriting those codes. If we pondered updating those, would we maybe include this as a allowed material because it's, I don't know, the quality is better now or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure at this time if we would. I mean, we would just definitely discuss it. But.
Okay, so then the other waiver, I mean, I guess can you explain why they can't get a design to work so that the light doesn't spill? I mean, is it because they're not putting in a pole or?
Yeah,
I
so
don't know.
this is a floodlight that's mounted to the wall. This application has been in the works for several years. I haven't been part of all the discussions, but it's my understanding that the applicant worked very closely with city staff and operations maintenance workers to ensure safe working conditions. And just based on, the amount of light needed for these safe conditions, this is what they could provide. I'll also just note the amount of spill is 0.1 foot candles, and it's about maximum 4 feet off of property boundaries. So it would be very minimal, and it would not impose on a building on the neighboring property.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more specific question about that. So, when you look at the documentation about the lighting, that particular light looks like it could be mounted such that it's fully cut off, but also so that it's not fully cut off. Is that, it's slightly unclear whether or not it will be planned to be mounted as fully cut off.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So that's not the issue. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Is there any public comment? No? All right. Council discussion. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Can I have a motion?
I move to approve resolution number 106, series 2025.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, next. Discussion direction, Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code and City Fire Hardening Code for structures. Director Zucchero.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Rob Zucchero, Community Development Director. I'll be making the presentation on this discussion direction item. All right, so there's really two related but somewhat separate items included in this discussion. One is our initial discussion on the city's adoption of a minimum, the state's minimum wildland urban interface, or WUI code. So it's called the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. And then there's an additional related discussion about defensible space standards that could apply to our fire hardening code for structures that we adopted in 2024. So we'll go through each of those. I put this at the beginning just to kind of set the scene for some of the questions. Again, at the bottom here, I'll start there. This is an introduction to some of these topics. We do have some specific recommendations on the state minimum WUI code that we'll talk about, but there's some more complex items to probably discuss that we'll need follow-up on, namely the mapping, the regulatory map to determine where different regulations within our code will apply. So we will talk about kind of those, kind of at a high, we're hoping to have a high-level discussion about what your priorities are, and then staff can come back with some options and some analysis and some pros and cons of different mapping options, but we wanted to just give some basic information. The state code has a base map that I'll talk about, and cities can certainly expand that or create their own custom map. And then the third thing is, the third item up here is related again to those defensible space standards, which aren't WUI specific, but more related to our citywide fire hardening code that we've been working with. So a little bit of background on the state code. In 2023, the state passed this legislation to develop a state minimum code that applies across the state in all jurisdictions, and to create a minimum code for that wildland urban interface. And so it's a building code specifically for that. The state legislation has a lot of limitations and parameters. It can't be a zoning code. It can't go into land use regulations. It's specific about building codes. The code was developed by the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, which was established through the legislation. I was a member of that board. As I think most of you know, there were 24 voting members, and they were from local municipalities, counties. They were very purposeful to have communities that already had WUI codes within their jurisdiction and cities that didn't have WUI codes. There were several home building and building code professionals, including architects and industry professionals, home builders, fire behavior specialists, those that worked for fire departments, as well as those that worked in private practice as consultants, fire service professionals from multiple jurisdictions. There was a representative of the property and casualty insurance industry. Public and private utilities had representatives as well, and a specific land use professional representative. There were also ex officio members from the State Forest Service, the State Department of Fire Protection and Control, and the Colorado Resiliency Office. So there was a couple of years of development of this code and a lot of study and a lot of consideration of how to try to make this work statewide, which was one of the tricky things. So earlier this year, the CWRC, Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, and the associated map and rules and regulations were adopted earlier this year. And that set in motion all local jurisdictions throughout the state having to adopt the state code as the minimum code or a more restrictive code by April 1st of next year, and then start implementing that by July 1st. So we have some work to do through the first part of next year to develop our local code. I put the WUI definition up here that was adopted in the code. It's the geographical area where structures and other human development meet or intermingle with wildland or vegetative fuels. So again, I think the intent here is this. The intent of the state minimum code is to look at the areas of the state that are particularly dangerous and have high risk for wildland vegetative fires, have building regulations specific for those areas and where new developments will occur within those areas or where they interface with the urban environment. So the intent is to have more stringent standards in those high-risk areas. And that's just a little bit of a point of emphasis because, as you know, as a community, we've taken some additional steps for our fire hardening code for structures. So we already have some baseline codes throughout the city that this would build off of. So the state code establishes 3 fire intensity classifications and then 2 classes of regulations. So there's low, moderate, and high intensity, and here's some of the factors that go into that. Certainly the type of vegetative fuel, so what's the landscaping like? Are there trees, is there grass, are there a lot of shrubs? And then what type of rate of fire spread, flame length, spotting, and then how does terrain influence it? The slope significantly influences fire spread. And then what's the suppression difficulty? Not on this list, but also included in the mapping is weather and winds also influences what category these things fall into. So the way the state minimum code is structured is that if you're in a low intensity area, that you are subject to the Class 1 standards. So that's broken into structure hardening and then site and area requirements. So site and area requirements is what is often referred to as defensible space. So that's the landscaping on and around your property, but it can also include accessory buildings and material storage and things like that within those areas. So it's not just landscaping necessarily. So Class 1 applies to low intensity, and the state code groups moderate and high intensity areas into the Class 2 standards. So that's how it's structured. There's just 2 building standard types for 3 different classifications within the state code. I'll get more into the map, but again, there was an adopted map that took more granular data that was developed by the State Forest Service. It's based on a 2022, the Colorado Wildfire Risk Assessment, the 2022 COWRA, C-O-W-R-A, it's often referred to. And so that includes a lot of really in-depth GIS data for the whole state. And so this map is not exactly like that, but it takes that base information and it creates kind of smooth boundaries, trying to account for certain considerations within urban areas, as well as trying to find something that would fit within a whole state-wide context. So I'm going to get into a little bit of the detail, but you'd really have to get into the code to get into a lot of it. Just like, what are we covering with each of these classes? So again, we have structure hardening. So that's the buildings themselves. This is commercial and residential. And if you're within that class 1 area, that's the low intensity. It's for the structure, it's really limited to roof coverings, gutters and downspouts, and vent openings. So one of the highest probability ways for fire to spread is through ember spread, falling on roofs, getting up into vent openings, and so forth. So this is kind of the most impactful fire hardening things that you can do in those low intensity areas, relatively affordable as well. So when you get into those higher intensity classifications, the structure hardening expands pretty extensively to include things like the walls, flashing, deck surfaces, all parts of the exterior building, including windows, doors, garage doors. It starts to regulate accessory structures. And then one of the things that is influencing staff's recommendations is there's a lot of options, even within this code, for treated wood, 1 hour rated wall assemblies, and things that, as you know, in our fire hardening code that's citywide, we don't allow those. We actually have a higher standard. So their intent was to allow, the intent of this code, because it's statewide, is to accommodate more flexibility in design, but still raise the level of construction to provide more resiliency. It's not at the level as our fire hardening code for structures, but it is a higher level than typical construction. So the site and area requirements within the class 1 area, the low intensity, there is a requirement for immediate zone landscaping standards. And so that's that 0 to 5 feet from structures. So you would be, if you're within this area, you're limited to the types of landscaping you can have. You really can't have any flammable ground covers. It needs to be rock or concrete. There is an exception. The State Forest Service has a low flammability plant list. So the state minimum code allows plants on that list to be within that 5-foot area. There are additional requirements outside the 5-foot area, including tree pruning within 10 feet of structures, and then fencing and retaining walls within 8 feet of structures. So, our fence code citywide is 5 feet, but the state code is 8 feet. And then there's some things about, access to the property and having fire response personnel be able to identify the properties as well for response. So when you get into the class 2, the higher standard, of course, that expands out from the 0 to 5 foot defensible space zone. And there's 2 additional zones. There's an intermediate zone, 5 to 30 feet, where there are additional landscaping standards, tree spacing and pruning standards, shrub spacing standards. And then the expanded zone, which is 30 to 100 feet, where there's tree spacing between the crowns. So there's an additional standard there. So this follows, and I know we've talked about this in past discussions, especially in 2024, there's an international wildland urban interface code that's part of the international codes. So all of these standards, they don't match that code, but they were used as a baseline for creating all of these codes. A few other items on the code. This would apply, so if you're in the mapped area, it applies to all new development, and then certain additions and alterations. So any addition over 500 square feet with the building footprint, that new portion of the building has to comply. It doesn't mean you have to bring the whole building into compliance, but 500 square feet or greater, those portions of the buildings have to come into compliance. Roofing and siding have specific triggers that if you're replacing more than 25% of those, then those have to come into compliance if that's required within your classification area. There are exemptions for historic structures. There's also a ground truthing process because this map is only going to be updated every 3 years. So if, let's say, a new development comes in and they are doing significant overlot grading and they're removing all the wildland vegetation, they would still be within the map boundaries, but local jurisdictions can assess the vegetation that's being removed, but they do have to account for all vegetation within 300 feet of a parcel. So if there's still wildland vegetation within 300 feet, any of the adjoining parcels are still regulated. But anything not adjoining or not within 300 feet could be exempted at the discretion of local jurisdictions. So any local jurisdiction such as Louisville can adopt the state map or a more restrictive map. So we could extend those boundaries out based on the state map, based on different criteria that we might choose to apply to Louisville. Cities also have the option of hiring a professional and doing a custom map based on a very specific analysis of their jurisdiction and do a new citywide map. It has to be based on the same technical criteria as the state map, and it has to be approved by the board, but there is that option for communities who feel like they want to do a custom map for their community. So we have some preliminary recommendations for strengthening amendments to the base code. So if council's supportive of the base code, we feel like it's a good starting point for our code with some strengthening amendments. And a lot of these are really just to align for our structure hardening code, our fire hardening code for structures here in the city. And it's really, even for the class 1 in the lower fire intensity areas, the idea is to align, but we don't allow some of the flexibility within our citywide code that's allowed in the class 1 or the class 2 standards for hardening the structure. So right now we only allow class A materials for siding, eaves, and then decking's a little more complicated, but so we're recommending that we allow either Class A or something that's clearly not going to catch fire, like stone or stucco, which I didn't actually add up here. But you don't actually rate stone and stucco and like other materials, but we want to, you would obviously allow that because those types of materials aren't going to catch fire. So we would work on those amendments. The state code only regulates the surface of decking, and the idea is it's for safe egress and it still limits the flammability and potential for fire spread, but the state code doesn't go as far as regulating railings or what's underneath the deck. So our citywide code does, so we're recommending aligning and saying that not only the deck surface, but the railings, and if your deck's low to the ground, that you treat the surface under the deck to be fire resistant. And then gutters to prevent accumulation of debris, which is something that we have. So we would do that with the class 1 and the class 2 structure hardening. So we would actually be adding those standards to the class 1 because a lot of those don't exist in class 1. We would be amending the class 2 to align. So that wasn't very clear up there, but that's what we'd be doing. We did have one recommendation for the site and area design, which is really that in the class 2 area, that if there's dormant grasses or weeds, that they'd have to be mowed down, because we do have that, we could have that issue. So to get into the state minimum map, again, we can adopt this map as is, or we can consider different changes to the map. And I have a list of considerations that'll hopefully just help with a higher level discussion that'll help us come back with a more detailed discussion. But again, these have been smoothed, and I'll show you the state map, and it has more granular 20-meter data points that this is all based off of, and it's all been averaged into these larger hexagons so that there's more continuous areas of the different classifications. Otherwise, you'd see certain areas with, I should have that up here too. I should just bring that up now. So here's the base data. And you can see within certain areas, you have a lot of, okay. Oh, I probably have to just end my presentation instead of just changing, sorry. There we go. So there is an online map that has a lot of the base data, and you can see, one of the things that, there's a lot of mixing of media, moderate and low intensity, and even some high intensity here. So from a regulatory standpoint, there was definitely a need for some kind of smoothing and averaging of those out so that you can have some regulatory boundaries. And so that's some of the purposes for that smoothing. There was also a lot of discussion at the state level about an urban area. So if you actually start playing around with that state map, the wildfire risk viewer is what it's called, there's a lot of small areas in developed, more urban areas that are, even like city parks and things that are irrigated parks, and they're very small areas, and they're often called occluded areas when it comes to WUI mapping. And it doesn't have to be this way, but a lot of WUI maps will exclude small occluded areas of wildland vegetation. There tends to be less fire risk, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on that. But when there are fires in those areas, they're often detected earlier. They're easier to get to for firefighting personnel, and they tend to spread. Not spread as much to a point where suppression becomes difficult. So smaller occluded areas are sometimes not included. So this smoothing also removes some of those areas in the urbanized areas of the state. I actually had it up here. I didn't have to go through all those all those gymnastics here on the computer. I forgot I had this up here. Sorry about that. So again, here's the city of Louisville. The two main occluded areas really is part of Coyote Run open space, and then part of, I think, Warrenburg open space up here kind of show up on that state map. Some of it's the lowest intensity, but it's a mix of low and moderate here. So again, the state map would remove those areas, and then a lot of Coal Creek Corridor also gets removed, I think, are some of the notable things. And you can also see that some of the boundaries kind of get pushed back a little bit. So if you look up around Davidson Mesa, there's a mix of low and moderate intensity mapping. And then when you start doing the smoothing, you can see those get pulled back a little bit, and it all gets pushed into the moderate. So you don't even see any low intensity out there. So this is really the mapping for the city where, certainly what we'd expect, where we have a lot of contiguous open spaces on the west and the north. Down here we have, near Red Tail Ridge and the Monarch campus, there's a lot of large open spaces. Red Tail Ridge, although it's developing right now, when this mapping was done, there's a lot of natural vegetation that is creating the map boundaries. I certainly want to mention the Louisville Fire Protection District. They're working with their consultant Ember Alliance to do a wildland and conflagration risk assessment. So that study is in progress. It's due in early 2026. The modeling is focusing on conflagration risk, but it should provide insight on potential WUI boundaries for the city. So that's one of the reasons why we want to get further in that study and come back with some more detailed discussions on the map. So this is staff's initial thought on some considerations. It doesn't have to be all of the considerations, but these are often part of what might be considered and some things specific to Louisville. But a lot of WUI maps are going to look at where are there logical points to start drawing lines from a regulatory standpoint. So those are often major roads Those can function as fire breaks, certainly, but they're also logical boundaries just for regulatory purposes. Neighborhood boundaries could also provide logical lines. We may not want to regulate portions of neighborhoods if the relative risk is high, and then also considering risk of conflagration could influence going into neighborhood or roads. I talked about the smaller occluded areas. Again, these are often not included within WUI maps. There's a few states like Colorado that have statewide WUI maps, and they define occluded areas very specifically. Ours was done with the smoothing of the map. But again, oftentimes those fires are in locations that could be detected early. Fire personnel can typically access them quickly. And there's less of a, no chance, none of it's no chance, but there's less of a chance that that fire could grow to overwhelm suppression efforts because of those locations and the occlusion of them. I think Coal Creek Corridor is something that we have to consider. Again, on the more detailed state map, there is a lot of moderate and high fire intensity within that corridor. It links into all the other open spaces, and it has some opportunity for fire spread that probably the occluded areas don't have, but it does share some of the same characteristics of the occluded areas also. So potential for ember spread. Again, I put in the staff memo, I didn't go over it here, a little bit of background, which we've gone over before, how fire spreads. And, ember spread is one of the most common ways for fires to spread, especially with wind and in conflagrations and in wildfires too. But our winds predominantly come from the west and the southwest, and we certainly have large areas of wildland vegetation to the west as well as to the north. But the common wind direction might influence where we draw the boundaries for Louisville as well. And then the Louisville Fire Protection District wildfire and conflagration risk assessment will help inform the map, as well as that state map. There are a few other layers within the state map that regulate the potential for structure damage. There is one layer that actually looks at proximity of urban development and density of urban development and tries to assess the risk based on that. So when we get to the more detailed mapping discussion, those are, I think, good things. And I think in the interim between now, there's links in your staff report to start looking at those maps and trying to understand and develop questions around those maps. Okay, so I know this is a lot, but I really wanted to take the time to go over those items. And then just a little bit on the fire hardening for structures. As you know, we are regulating the structure itself, a lot of the structure. This is actually beyond the Class 1 regulations for the state minimum map. So I think the question that's on the City Council work plan is, do you want to consider having citywide defensible space landscape standards? They weren't included in the original code. We discussed it a little bit. The Fire Protection District recommended, pretty much doing the things that we adopted. They wanted to focus on the structure and focus on new construction. So this is their request letter that led to that 2004. So again, we're thinking about expanding that to the defensible space. So that 0 to 5 feet is often thought of as the most critical part of that defensible space, because you can get a lot of ember spread that will ignite things within that 0 to 5 feet that then will spread to structures. So we have three basic questions. The first two are related to the state WUI code, and then the third one is on if you want to consider citywide defensible space standards. So here are the more detailed questions that we want to present to council. So first are the strengthening amendments. Do those make sense to you? Are we missing anything? Is there any additional information you want? Is there anything that you want to add? Any additional feedback? And then some high-level input on the mapping, knowing that we're going to come back and have an additional deep dive discussion on the mapping options. Again, what I would hope to do is take the state map and then start looking at other boundaries that might make more sense specific to Louisville with some pros and cons and analysis once I get council's high-level feedback. And then I do have a question about, you know, do you want to have any type of specific public input outside of these meetings? City staff can certainly have an open house or community meeting once we start developing potential mapping options and the code options, if you think that would be valuable, or if you know, always, you know, public input is good, but we'll have this opportunity. We'll have the opportunity with our follow-up discussions. You know, would you like to have an additional public input meeting on top of that? We would like your direction. And then the last question is if you're interested in exploring the citywide defensible space standards. I would just add that, you know, if we add defensible space standards, we would be very close to the whole city basically being class 1 under kind of the state code standards, which, you know, certainly could be a reasonable thing for the city, but we want to discuss that with you as well. So that's the end of staff's presentation. Thank you for bearing through all that information. So Mayor, I don't know if you have any specific clarifying questions for me, or if you want to go straight into the questions.
I don't at the moment. I wanted to ask if council members do. Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Thanks. Let me start out with sort of one somewhat general question to kind of understand the implications of this code, or a code that we would adopt. So, you know, when you look at the map, the state map for Louisville, there are very few places in Louisville that have, or most of Louisville is not even designated low or moderate, right? But there are a few places like Red Tail Ridge, or like at Dillon and 96th, or the Monarch campus. So let's just say that we went with this map, and even if we just went with the state code, and someone were going to build, say, at the corner of 96th and Dillon, you know, they would fall in that low intensity area. So they would, if you put a building there, you'd have to meet the requirements of the code. That's the idea, essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And then somewhere like Red Tail Ridge, you know, the same thing would be true. If they built in that orange area, they'd have to meet the...
Yes, except for the ground truthing. So there's a potential, you know, thinking about Red Tail Ridge, you know, the city designated open spaces are on the west and the north, and the ground truthing can remove parcels if they're not within 300 feet of wildland vegetation that is rated on the map. So I think since Red Tail Ridge is doing overlot grading, that the westerly and northerly parcels would likely be regulated, but the south and east parcels could be removed from the regulations.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. And then, sorry, just a couple other little questions. So the intensity categories, there are 3 of them, right? They don't seem to include anything about like characteristic weather in locations. Is that true?
So these summaries don't, but the state map includes many more data inputs than are in these summaries, and it does include weather characteristics and wind characteristics.
Okay, that's good. And then, maybe one other question. So the study that the Fire Protection District is doing, are they using the same sort of criteria for their mapping that are being used for the mapping that the state has done, or is there going to be some kind of issue of compatibility there?
So yeah, it is it's a very different process. I mean, there's definitely similarities where they're looking at all these same data points, but they're also really looking closely at what our buildings are made of, what what are the structures built out of? You know, and they're doing their best to estimate the resiliency of current structures within Louisville. And then the conflagration analysis is different because it's not analyzing spread from a wildland into the city. It's looking at the probability of if there's fire ignition anywhere in the city, what's the structure vulnerability and what's the probability of fire spread under different scenarios. So it can inform it, the WUI map, but it's some ways a very different process.
Okay. And then maybe one last question is just sort of about timing. So there are deadlines for us to adopt and implement this kind of code, and we're not expecting to get the full study from the Fire Protection District until sometime early next year. So, I mean, do you feel like there is time for staff to try to incorporate material from that study, or not so much? Before we make a decision on the...
Yeah, I expect we'll be able to have input from that study. I know it's a very tight timeline at this point, and I think it's an important input for the community and council to consider. So I think it needs to be near done, if not done, for council to consider. And you know, we'll make it work from a timing standpoint, but it'll be tight.
Okay, thank you very much.
Council, any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I just have one quick question. When you're talking about the WUI maintenance and risk factors, and not just WUI, I guess, in the city as well, is there any consideration about the condition of ditches, farmer ditches that are going through, that are filled with dead materials?
So this mapping here is going to pick that up in a lot of cases, but I think we need to look locally and know what's happening on the ground here. And if we want to take into consideration proximity to ditches, that could be an additional input point that informs the map.
Okay, I think that should be something that informs the map. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
So I think your answer to this question will help inform, some of maybe my future comments. You talk about the risk within the boundaries of Louisville in the mapping. Are there any boundaries that abut a neighboring community where outside of Louisville that actually is high risk and our structures are at risk because of that boundary and the rating in the neighboring community, like Lafayette or Broomfield? Is there anything that's close to us that would be at risk for us?
Right, yeah, so the high intensity, looking here, there's moderate and high intensity areas. And, when you start smoothing with the state map, they're averaging out as moderate areas here. You can kind of see it, and I could pull up the whole map. So I think everything west of us, including the wildland areas, as well as some of these developed areas in the county, are higher risk. So the idea is that this boundary is accounting for that. So we are considering what is to the west of us, which is also where we predominantly have winds. So I think that really informs where we might want to regulate.
Okay, so there's, at this point in time, there's nothing, say, to like the north, east, and south of us that we're not seeing in this map, but could pose a risk to our structures.
So again, this is focusing on wildland vegetation.
Right.
Right, so it's not looking at like Lafayette proper, that's mostly excluded from the map. Now, it doesn't mean there's not conflagration risk, because conflagrations may or may not start in a wildland area. This is intended to be, if you're going to develop in or near the wildland area, this is what this code is for. Now, it doesn't mean that, I would just say fire risk is out there, and our structure hardening code is really trying to address that conflagration risk more broadly from community to community or structure to structure, regardless of boundary, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so it sounds like there's no open space or parks or anything that would pose a risk to us that's not in our boundaries to the east and the south of us.
Right. So as you know, there's a lot of open space, all the Mayhofer open space and things over here. And you can see how on the state map. So I think there's a question of, this kind of comes out because it's too small once you start doing the statewide smoothing. So maybe I understand your question a little better now. Like, does the community want to consider proximity to this open space? I think it's a large open space, relatively large open space. It is agriculture to some extent, which is a little bit different than just open space that's not managed. There's also wind direction. So not to say yes or no, but those are some of the things to think about on if you want to consider proximity to these open spaces.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Other questions? Why don't we take some public comment? Looks like we've got one online, and I don't know whether we have other public comment.
We do.
We probably do.
First up is Larry Donner, followed by Tanya Samaru.
Good evening. My name's Larry Donner. I live at 1020 Willow Place in Louisville, Colorado. I'm here tonight to urge council to maintain the fire hardening standards adopted November 4th last year and to look at defensible space requirements for new construction. The state wildfire resiliency maps before you tonight fail to address urban homes and structures as a major fuel source when addressing our fire risk. I sent you an article from the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science outlining the need for a paradigm shift. That shift would reframe the focus from wildfire to one centered on individual structures and their immediate surroundings. I hope you had time to scan the article. If not, I would urge you to scan it later. With regard to home hardening, it has little or no impact on affordable housing. Land costs, permit fees, and energy codes are the real drivers of building costs in Louisville. From my personal experience rebuilding after the Marshall Fire, I can say that the costs associated with home hardening are peanuts compared to our energy codes. Again, I urge you to maintain citywide requirements for home hardening and look at adding defensible space requirements for all new construction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Larry.
Next up is Tanya Samaru, followed by Susan Liu.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tanya Samaru, local villager. Speaking tonight is a Marshall Fire survivor who is a resident of one of the rebuilt neighborhoods. So what I'm about to say is about preventing avoidable harm in communities that have already experienced catastrophic loss. In Louisville alone, families collectively incurred $1 billion in property losses, along with years of displacement and massive community trauma due to a mega fire called the Marshall Fire. Under principles of environmental justice and DEI, that experience should carry substantial weight in city decision-making. Environmental justice recognizes place-based collective trauma. Entire neighborhoods were lost and displaced by a mega fire, and survivors rebuilt under extraordinary financial and emotional duress. That harm was not evenly distributed across the city. It was not voluntary. Equity requires that those realities be accounted for in policy decisions that this council makes. DEI is not limited to income and racial identity. Under DEI framework, trauma-impacted communities are supposed to get a meaningful say in decisions that affect them, especially when those decisions shift risk, financial burdens, and push further emotional harm onto those communities. By financial burdens, I mean insurance. costs. In my neighborhood, residents collectively chose to pursue Firewise adaptation. That effort required work, coordination, and it reflects shared neighborhood values. That collective decision is being overridden by investment builders who are effectively opting our neighborhood out by installing flammable landscaping in the immediate zone 0 to 5 feet of the house, including many, many junipers. The preliminary WCRA maps make it completely clear that it is possible for Louisville neighborhoods like mine to obtain low collective structure vulnerability scores. But investor builder decisions are preventing that. Builders make profits and leave all the risk behind for us to bear. That is not fair, that is not equity, and that is not respecting community voice. The defensible space ordinance I've been asking for is modest and cost-free. Prohibiting plantings in the immediate zone and banning junipers near structures costs nothing when landscaping is installed in the first instance. This is not an ask for retrofits or subsidies. It's simply about cost-free action to prevent known risk from being added to our community. So previously, the planning department expressed enforcement concerns. I feel they may be overblown. Administrative inconvenience is no excuse for ignoring the fire survivor community's collective right to lower their fire risk. Cities pass safety rules all the time before enforcement is perfect. The city also has chicken coop laws that the planning department is not currently enforcing, and no one's calling for a plan to ban chickens. So council can choose to adopt a narrow interim ordinance in the near term in rebuilt neighborhoods or citywide that would give the city time to develop broader wildfire mitigation framework and enforcement plan. And let's be honest, staff are busy and unlikely to bring this issue of defensible space back to council anytime in the next year. Acting now does not preclude refining policy later, but it does prevent harm from accruing in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya.
Next up is Susan Liu.
Hi, Susan Liu, Ward 2. In 1994, 31 years ago, the city of Boulder adopted a controversial ordinance banning wood shingle roofs, which are a major source of wildfire spread. Only one other city in the entire nation had done so. Boulder was the second. At the time, over 80% of Boulder homes had wood roofs. The law included a 20-year phase-in period. At the end of 20 years, in 2014, only 3 wood roofs remained out of thousands. Yes, it took some time, but it worked to make the community safer. Homeowners found they received lowered insurance rates because their homes were more protected from both hail and fire. 3 days before Christmas, 31 years ago, we found ourselves in federal court in downtown Denver. The wood shingle industries of both the United States and Canada had sued Boulder's fire chief, Larry Donner, personally as instigator extraordinaire. Larry testified over 5 hours. He and the city of Boulder won in the end. The federal judgment was so concrete, it was not appealed, and banning wood roofs has never been challenged again anywhere. Following Boulder's leads, more and more communities ban wood roofs. It's a pretty routine code throughout the West today. It wasn't 31 years ago. Mandatory home hardening is a relatively new concept, but it's a good one and relatively inexpensive in the larger cost of building or remodeling a home. Insurance reduction should follow. I urge you to keep what you adopted a year ago and add defensible space. Be leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Next up is Lisa Hughes.
Hi, sorry, I sent in comments, so can you hear me? So I'm not gonna rehash those, but I'm a Marshall fire survivor. I live in Cornerstone in Ward 2. And I just wanted to point out that I think that Louisville needs to either adopt its own map or greatly strengthen the map that was presented by the state. I attended many of those code board meetings and said that numerous times. If you note on the map, none of the area in the Marshall fire was included in the current map. which in my opinion is ridiculous, and that area at minimum needs to be included in a new map. Also, I do support adding defensible space. IBHS, if you have time to look at it, just released their report on the LA fires. And one of the big things they say is that defensible space was a big factor in some of the houses that were actually able to survive. It's something that needs to be added, and I wholeheartedly support that, which I also said in my comments that I sent in. And to the point that Director Zaccaro made about using roads as a fire break, I just want to remind you that the fire jumped a 4-lane highway. So I'm not sure that using a road is necessarily a great thing to use as a fire break. And I think there needs to be either neighborhoods or other ways that that is defined in terms of a neighborhood. But again, it skipped a 4-lane highway. So skipping something like McCaslin would not be, a fire could do in a heartbeat. And I also would strongly encourage you to wait until the Louisville Fire Protection District's report comes out before you make any final decisions to see what it says about, the conflagration risks and if there's any, additional input that they have. It's a great time to, further that relationship, especially with the new chief coming on who has a background in defensible space and fire hardening and this type of work. And also, the last thing I was going to say was, I put my address into this WUI fire map and it came up as basically low risk. Meanwhile, I'm getting notifications from Excel saying I'm in a moderate to high fire zone and I need to be prepared. So I thought that was kind of an interesting dichotomy. And lastly, I'll just say that I feel like this is an opportunity to protect the city, protect fire areas. Fire happens again. If you look at Paradise, the last fire next to that was last year, and it was only 20 miles from the last fire in Paradise. And also, lastly, I want to say I would like you to keep in mind Representative Kyle Brown's bill, HB 251182, about mitigation and fire hardening and transparency that's going into effect in July, which adheres nicely with our code and adding defensible space. And if you have questions about that, I'm happy to talk about it. And also, my neighborhood is Firewise, like Tanya mentioned, and we would like to keep that designation, which is becoming increasingly difficult. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Nobody else.
Okay. Back to council comments, direction, and action if needed. I think just on this, you might pull up your questions up on the screen, Director, just so we might kind of focus a little bit on those. Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciated the detailed packet and presentation. I think as a starting point, it is important to acknowledge that our existing citywide fire hardening code appears to me at least to be at least as good or in some cases better than what would be required under the statewide code. And I think that deserves recognition and is certainly something we should all be proud of. I think some of the public comments suggested that maybe we're considering changing what we already have. I'm not certainly aware that that's the case, and I think we should try and keep it. That being said, as I look at all of this, the thing that jumps out to me the most is, and I think the staff amendments address this, we want to avoid having like multiple overlapping layers of, well, there's the base fire hardening, and then if you're class 1, you have to do this, and if you're class 2, you have to do this, and they don't quite match up perfectly. And so having sort of a simplified, if you're in this zone, do this, if you're in this zone, do this, that addresses everybody in the city as to what type of zone they're in, to me makes a lot of sense, rather than having sort of, well, here's the base code, and you have to go look at this different code for the state, and you have to go look at this different code if you're class 2, and sort of having this overlapping thing where you have to go look 2 or 3 or more different places. So just as an administrative piece, trying to keep it simple to me makes a lot of sense. As to the map, I tend to think we should do some enhancements to what the state gave us. I don't have especially strong feelings about how those are done. I think some of the ideas that Director Zucchero shared make sense in terms of looking at open space, looking at the ditches, looking at some of those occluded areas, is that the word you used? And trying to come up with something that's a little bit more tailored for us. What's your other question? I guess the third question, I'm not necessarily sure we need to have a sort of add-on public meetings about this. I think we will all be taking it up again one, probably more additional times in the future, and to me that's sufficient for public input. I don't know. I don't feel strongly that we need to have separate meetings on top of that, but I don't feel especially strongly. And just to be clear, the second part about simplicity, I support all the staff amendments to sort of line things up and make the codes as easy to administer as possible.
Other council members? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I'll go along with much of what Councilor Hefner just mentioned. I like the idea of simplifying this so that all of the codes kind of line up, and when you come to ask a question, it's a simple yes or no, or you have to do this or that. I'm not opposed to the state requirements, but only if they exceed the current city requirements. So if they're going to make it easier for people to build with less space, I would not support that. I would rather keep our current code, and if there's something in the state code that would simplify it but not make it less fire hardening, I would go along with it. So.
Other comments? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
So I guess what I think would be ideal, would be to sort of maybe starting with the mapping. So looking at, first of all, the more fine-grained information that is available from the state, but then complementing that with the information from the Fire Protection District study, and so that we really get, as best information as we can about the fire risk, I think, within the city itself, which is essentially completely ignored with the state map. And, so I would, so yeah, ideally, like we would come to some kind of reasonably detailed map for the entirety of the city that's looking at those multiple sources of information, and then decide on the levels of fire hardening and defensible space that we'd like based on that mapping effort. I definitely am interested in looking at adding defensible space requirements to our code, whether, again, whether or not that, well, I guess to some extent that has to happen, or potentially has to happen with adopting this code, because if we designate areas, right, to be, right, any of the classifications, there are some defensible space requirements for those. I guess, going back to my previous question about timing, do we think it's feasible to sort of synthesize that information, including the Fire Protection District study, and come to a map that addresses the interior of Louisville, or do we need to sort of work in steps where we adopt something simpler sooner to meet the timing requirements from the state and then continue? Or I'm not quite sure about that, but that's generally what I'd be interested in doing. And it could turn out like, depending on what the map looks like, I'd be open to having certain areas have stricter requirements and other areas having less strict requirements if that's what the data seems to show. And even relative to what we currently have. So, thank you.
Yes, Council. I want to say, Caleb works great.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an interesting conversation because I think I understand why, right, Marshall Fire. But it seems that the mapping is of very little importance to us because we're not really interested in WUI code. We're not really interested in like where the vulnerable spots are and having codes for that spot. We did a citywide home hardening code that's Class A, as if the homes are in the middle of a forest. And so we have the highest Class A, not Class B, not Class C, Class A fire hardening code citywide. So we basically painted a red map over Louisville that has a white map. So whatever map we use is seeming, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't understand what a map saying, hey, this one's yellow, this one's orange, this one's red. And in the white, you can do the citywide hardening code, like we already have it. So you have to do pretty high level hardening of your home, no matter what map you're on, no matter where you are in the city, all of Louisville, you need to do that. So what is it that we're going to gain from a particular map?
To me, the delta is that the map will dictate where you have to do defensible space on top of our existing code, right? Our existing fire hardening code has no landscaping or defensible space requirements. The state code does, and so if you're in a mapped area for purposes of the state code, you'll have to, I think, meet the defensible space requirements that were in the slide deck.
Yes, that's one of the primary differences between the city-wide structure hardening code is it would add the defensible space depending on what category you're in. And then, like I mentioned, if we add defensible space, then we'll, I think to Councilmember Dickinson's point, we'll at least be in near, if not at Class 1 for the whole city if we add defensible space to the structure hardening code for the whole city.
First round. Is it related to this? Okay, go ahead.
I think what I was trying to express before about the mapping is, so like if we take some property in Old Town, right, the likelihood of that property being affected by a wildland fire is probably pretty small. Right, but then the study from the Fire Protection District is asking about, right, urban fire essentially affecting that property. And I think there's probably good reason to ask the question, should that property be doing some kind of fire hardening because of the risk of urban conflagration at that location, right? So, if we can account for not only the risk of wildland fire, but then also the risk of urban conflagration, I think that would be best, right? It could be that, take that property in Old Town. At the end of the day, we get our map, and maybe the map suggests to us that we should actually reduce the standards. Say, in that place, we don't think there's a high risk, so maybe it would make sense to allow Class C. And if that were the case, that would be fine, right? And then on some other place, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe, we find that there's a high urban conflagration risk there, and then we would maybe require defensible space additionally in what, at the moment, we might not think about it, there being much fire risk. So I don't know. So of course, it's a discussion. To what extent should we be looking at the urban conflagration risk, and then if we do choose to incorporate that, how do we then go about updating, what kind of fire hardening and defensible space regulations we have? And I would be open to, if our information says so, loosening restrictions in certain places, and or heightening them, depending on what information we get from mapping these two kinds of risks.
And Mayor, I probably didn't emphasize this a lot too, but in addition to the mapping, I think staff intended that, we're touching base to see if you're interested in looking deeper into the citywide defensible space standards. Like I said here, this staff memo didn't have a lot of an analysis on that. I think we're prepared to come back with, additional analysis. And I do think that the Fire Protection District study will have significant analysis to consider on this as well. So I think the intent is asking tonight, do you want to consider this further rather than making a final decision, if that helps with the discussion tonight?
Because I was the one who urged us to talk about defensible space in the work plan. We hadn't made that decision when I proposed that. I wanted to have a discussion, and we are having the discussion. I would absolutely. I mean, we're talking about several different things at once, right? We're talking about the WUI code. We're talking a little bit about fire hardening, and we're talking about defensible space. One of the really wonderful things is that you've served on that WUI committee, which I'm sure has been a trial at some time, because probably more than most, maybe with the exception of one commissioner, kind of what the Marshall Fire meant to the city. And I really appreciate that. I think I don't want to lose sight of that. And so I appreciate I think I generally agree with Councilmember Heffner about the suggested changes to the state WUI code to try to have our own, to have Louisville specific changes made to both to comply with the state law, but also to recognize that our city is a little bit different, and we need to and should be a leader to try to make that code as Louisville-centric as we can without making it overly complicated. So that's, I guess, one piece. There is sort of a suggestion, I think Councilmember Heffner referred to this, that maybe the fire hardening standards were going to get watered down or something like that. I think I have not heard anything on council. I could be wrong here, but I haven't heard anything about watering those down. We had a pretty robust discussion of that a year ago, and I think the input was pretty clear. So I'm not particularly concerned about that. I think we need to sort of stay the course there. Defensible space is, it strikes me, some may disagree, but I think it's a fairly low-hanging fruit here. We're talking about new construction, right? Or modified construction of current homes. Obviously encouraging current folks to make those modifications themselves, right?
So I think when we, so this one here, so I apologize, the heading is wrong. So the second question is about, so sorry about that. I thought I had corrected that. So
it did throw me, but it's back.
I just noticed that. So I think there's a lot to consider with that, as far as, certainly new construction, and then the effectiveness of defensible space in our city. And I think this is one of the reasons to wait for the Fire Protection District study too, is there is analysis. And some of the information is showing that, you need in order for it to be effective, you need, widespread uptake of it. So, what does the community want to do as far as existing development? Because it's probable that for it to be very effective, you need widespread uptake across the city of defensible space standards. So it's a little more complicated than that, because certainly new development, it's a lot easier to administer, and it's easier for the whole neighborhood, for a new neighborhood, to have defensible space. But if, what's the impact if you don't implement it broadly across the city? So again, we weren't really, we didn't include that analysis tonight. We just but if you're interested in getting more information on it, we just wanted to do kind of a check-in to make sure that council was still interested. And then we would come back with further detailed analysis, including administration and what do you do with existing development versus new development. I think these are all critical questions to determine if we want to do it. Is it going to be community supported? Is it going to actually be successful in making a difference in structural vulnerability? If it is just new development and not existing development. I think these are critical questions that we'll have to discuss.
And I appreciate that. I don't want to suggest that just dealing with new construction is the only way to do it. One of the things that I think is going to be exceedingly important in all this is the education and the public outreach on this. I have stronger feelings, I think, about that, because I think people will I think they're going to get confused. I think they're going to get concerned. I think they're going to get worried that the whole thing is going to cost more than it is. I think there's room. We already have wildfire partners, for example. There's all kinds of, there's incentives there, I think, for defensible space, even for people who aren't talking about new structures. I think it's worth talking about. I agree that it's something that we need to be drawing on the fire district study, and I think we've got good. I think that's a good. I think all of that is good. Yeah.
Mayor, if I could add to the discussion a point that came up through some of the public comment as to whether or not, in addition to considering the long-term addition of these defensible space standards for the structure hardening code, do you want to consider some interim measures related to planting of like junipers for new development? Because that's something that's not currently considered as part of this, but it's something that staff could move forward fairly quickly on.
Yeah, I think that one, I've certainly heard plenty about the certain, I'm not going to categorize them, but some folks building out in the burn area, slamming in a lot of vegetation that is just dying to be set on fire. Or that's probably not. That's probably not the way to describe it. It's very very flammable and a threat to not only to the homes that they're next to, but others. And so it would be wonderful to have a few measures like that to on an urgent basis. Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thanks. Start at the beginning. So wholly support absolutely making zero changes to a citywide hardening code that this community worked very hard to bring together and increase safety. I just want to make that clear, and I'm so happy to hear the other council members, at least in the majority, feel the same way. This goes beyond, I think, just fire safety. And I just want to have us have this discussion too. This goes into the point of, like Representative Brown's new bill, to reducing people's insurance costs and even allowing for people's homes to be insured, right? This is a huge concern nationally. It's a big concern locally. And it does take the collective efforts of a community. It isn't enough to just do it on one house. So I think this is part of the reason this is such an important discussion. I think, as one of our residents pointed out, 30 years ago, we got on the ball and figured out a way to do that. It helped in a lot of safety as well as insurance reasons. This is a whole new world. We realized it, we're part of it. I think we should make sure that we don't decrease this. I think that putting defensible spaces in there is critical. We did talk about this a year ago. We didn't implement it for a variety of reasons. I'd love for a much more in-depth discussion, but I would really recommend that we do, as the city manager just brought up, some type of an emergency measure that mandates the 5-foot defensible spaces around any new construction or any new planting. I guess that's a better way to phrase it, in case the landscape hasn't been done yet, and that we do actually ban the planting of junipers within that space as well. I think that it's inexpensive, as it's being said. This doesn't cost anything. It's just a matter of asking people. And some new residents who I've met with who have moved into newly built homes that did some landscaping, they didn't even realize. There's little to no information for them to find if this is not where they're from and this is not what they live. And had there been a requirement, they would have followed it. Wouldn't have thought a thing of it. They brought a landscape company in. They would have just added stones instead of adding plants. They wouldn't have put in junipers. In fact, I think one of our neighbors planted them, realized what had happened, and then removed them. So it cost them more just to do that because they didn't have the knowledge. I don't think that it would. I think if it doesn't take a ton of staff time for us to do this, I think this makes a lot of sense to just increase the safety, especially in the neighborhoods that are still recovering and still rebuilding and trying to maintain a safer, fire-hardened community. Allowing for anybody to come in and reduce that is unconscionable. So if our staff is great and can make this happen, they are great, but if they are able to do this quickly and can make it happen, and we can get the word out to new development that it's not going to be acceptable, like starting as soon as possible, that would be amazing. Community outreach, I'm always about it. Mostly, I think kind of what to the mayor's point was to make sure that community members are understanding what we're looking to do, that this is a big benefit citywide. We have ditches with lots of vegetation in them, and they are in between, like separating people's backyards. Although it's lovely, feels like open space, it's also a massive fire danger. And I think some community members don't even recognize that. I think that's part of our responsibility. Fire district has always recommended the defensible spaces, and I think that informing people like just in those areas is probably confusing at best. Oh, if you back to the Goodhue ditch, oh, do I back to the Goodhue ditch? I thought it was just city land. I thought it was open space. They don't know. And I mean, so I think let's have a bigger, broader discussion, like how do we do it? What do we do? But I'm 100% in favor with you guys moving forward with a more detailed map that would require that throughout the city, and stopping any new development from putting bad vegetation in without defensible space.
Other council members? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I'll back up everything that Judy just said. And expanding on the ditch situation, I'd also like to improve our WUI code for our open space throughout the city, in particular the Davidson Mesa that borders, that's where the fire came from. I'm sorry, but that's what happened. If the WUI there had been mowed down or watered or something and the ditch cleaned out, it may not have become as big a fire as it was. It may not have even gotten through the enclave, much less crossed McCaslin. So I would like anything that expands the WUI code and the maintenance of the open space and the ditches and all of the trails and everything throughout the city.
Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah, I think my final comments is I know there's more to come in the future about all these topics. I think, I am very interested in using the, scientific maps to create more stringent codes in the areas that are at higher risk. I think that's a really important thing to do. I think it's an important part of the process, and I fully support high standards of wildfire mitigation in high-risk areas.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. So I haven't commented on all these questions yet. I'll try to be brief. I agree that we should keep our fire hardening code as it currently stands. I support efforts to align the statewide discussion that we had tonight with our current code to Councilmember Hefner's point, to make it simple and easy for the end user to administer. As far as the defensible spaces go, I'm supportive of an emergency ordinance of some sort to help those areas in the community that are still, especially all areas, but especially those that are rebuilding and the neighborhoods that are making efforts to have FireWise designation. Have more discussions long-term about defensible spaces and use possibly the maps from the fire district to help inform what that might look like citywide. And then as far as engaging the community goes, I think this is a particular topic where that would be of I think, great benefit for a variety of reasons, some of which were already outlined. But we've already seen some misinformation and confusion just about our discussion tonight. And I think actually engaging the community and utilizing that not only to collect feedback but to educate could really help this to be a productive, informative discussion moving forward, and maybe help, with that misinformation before it gets more widespread out in the community as we move forward. What exactly that looks like, I leave it to staff, but I do think there could be benefit there.
Okay, Councilmember Hefner and then Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I just want to make one point on defensible space, which is, let's continue the conversation. I think we need to be very thoughtful about any application of defensible space to existing homes, even if they're undergoing some sort of renovation. If you look at some of the stuff that's in the state code about, trees have to be 10 foot from a house and the canopies have to be this far apart, a lot of that would be quite difficult in downtown Louisville, for example, has a great mature tree canopy. I certainly want to be thoughtful about, we're not going to impose something that people have to start cutting down trees or anything. And I don't think that that's what anybody intends. I just want to call it out that we need to be very, very thoughtful about imposing this on anything other than new construction.
Councilmember Cooper.
Maybe one question for staff that you don't necessarily have to answer now, but if we decided to look at an emergency ordinance around defensible space, would you be able to give us some information about how much of an impact we think that would actually have, say, in the next few months? How many places are there where it would actually apply to in
Right, yeah, and I actually wanted to get clarification because I think it started as an emergency ordinance for a juniper ban, but maybe, and defensible space on all new construction.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I think, so kind of just hearing it, I think my initial response is that, all new commercial and residential construction, we don't have a lot of new construction right now. We have some commercial construction going on. I'm not anticipating new residential permitting other than a few lots here and there, including in the Marshall Fire. So I think it would be limited to that. again, I don't know if I'm answering your question. I think you were trying to see like what the extent of it would be. So, there's certainly parcels continuing to develop in the Marshall Fire rebuild area. We've got some commercial development that is underway that'll be going through permitting soon. In the next year or two, we're looking at the comp plan and potentially having new areas, trying to promote different types of development. And so, again, an emergency ordinance wouldn't be needed for that. Another thing that, not to get too into the weeds, but hasn't been considered is, when new residential development comes in, we do not review landscaping. This is a new program, a new plan review and inspection program. So from a staff time standpoint, I just want to seed the idea. I think it needs further discussion that drafting the ordinance is very little time commitment for staff, but implementing an ordinance is a landscaping ordinance is not something that we've done on individual residential development. Commercial development, we do it through PUDs. That's very easy to implement on commercial development, but it would be a new paradigm for individual residential development that I think just needs further fleshing out and discussion.
Yeah, Councilwoman McCarthy.
Thank you. So I was thinking along the lines of trying to keep at least this simple, not having, like you were suggesting, all the different requirements about the canopies and all of it, but there just needs to be a 5-foot perimeter around all the new homes so that they do not have non-fire-wise plantings put in them. I mean, I think that's a great start, and no junipers put in the property. I think those are just two super simple things. And not just anybody who hasn't submitted a permit, but people who, because there are a lot of houses that are under construction right now where they have not done the landscaping in the rebuild area. I would strongly recommend that's really where it is needed right now, is those homes that are under construction without the landscaping completed, as well as anybody who is newly submitting. I'm hoping that everybody kind of likes that suggestion, but not to make it super complicated for staff until we get into a bigger conversation on defensible
That would make it
space.
easier if we're just talking about ground covers. And then I think my only clarifying question is, there is the State Forest Service low flammability plant list that the state code allows in the 5-foot area. That adds complexity to the review and everything else, but a lot of people desire to put plantings in those areas. You still can't put mulch. It still has to be, a non-flammable surface. But do you want to allow those types of plantings, or do you just want to prohibit all plantings within 5 feet, and then ground level plantings? And then there's a question of if you want to allow tree canopies that could grow into the 5-foot area. So I think those are some things to consider.
Maybe one suggestion is that you can provide some options there.
Okay.
Yeah. So that we have something to look at. Is there another question over here? Yeah, Councilmember.
I would just say, I think simplicity is the goal, not, even if it's not 100% and it's possible somebody plants something that's not quite right and it's somehow allowed. I don't think the goal is for it to be perfect. I think the goal is mainly aimed at avoiding junipers and things that are like junipers in that 5 feet.
Yeah, because I think that's what we're seeing is we're seeing inexpensive mulch go right up against homes. We're seeing plants going in. We're seeing like juniper bushes and things going right up against the front of some new construction. And it would be just to avoid these like high risk, high danger things, especially in the rebuild neighborhoods that put other homes where people have put so much effort to reduce the risk. There's no need to have the added risk. Councilmember Hefner is correct. Just keep it simple. That would be my recommendation for now, because we're trying to just do it quickly. And if something happens and it's wrong, but at least the big, real pressing issues can get addressed.
As it's been said in other contexts, you don't have to be perfect, just be excellent. I think along with just one final thing, which goes to this idea of kind of matching the code to the level of risk that we're dealing with in different parts of the city. I think, I've read something recently about some of the you know, the distinctions between, you know, the fires coming in the wildland urban interface and those conflagrations that are potentially going to hit places downtown, based on the wind and based on the structures and based on just a fire getting out of control because of those things downtown, not something coming from the west. And I just, you know, do concern for managing the risks in what you're offering to us, because it, you know, I think we are, what I hear folks, to the extent that there's any maybe tension in the views of different council members, I think it has to do with cost. It has to do with trying to do a one-size-fits-all and something that may be overkill. But I think there's a lot of room for good, solid work to be done, and you're going to do it. Is there any, or at least that's what you're telling us. Is there, do you have, I think it's impossible probably for us to go back over everything that we've said. I think you've heard a lot of, you know, you've heard a lot of consensus.
Yeah, this
I
is
think.
really great input. I think I've got some good direction to come up with some mapping options that can be vetted, and we'll do our best. You know, there's no single right map. You know, just to throw that out there, right? There's lots of different considerations. So we'll try to provide multiple options that maybe could be adopted or merged with other ideas. And, you know, there's lots of input. So I think that's probably the biggest thing, is trying to figure out the mapping, and we'll come back outside of the emergency ordinance to look at citywide defensible space more broadly, I guess, beyond the emergency ordinance. And have more analysis around that. So I think those are the two follow-up things before we actually get into adoption. And of course, you know, this final code will go to the Building Code Board of Appeals for their final recommendation before council as well.
Good. Any other thoughts about this? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
I just wanted to say thank you, Rob, for the work. I mean, all the work on the WUI board, all the work bringing to this, listening to us, listening to the community, and thank you, City Manager Langley, for working on this as well since you've been here, and, you know, really engaging with the community members who have spent several years at this point, either starting as experts and getting more so or becoming so in the interim. This really is a full community effort to make us all safer. And it's great when it works this well. And Rob, you're the kind of the linchpin putting all the heavy lifting and hard work. I just wanted to say thank you. Appreciate it.
Any final words from anybody else? All right. Thank you very much for all the work that you've put in before, during, and of course after. I'd like to do,
So Mayor?
Yes.
I know we have 2 items left on the agenda. It is 9:17. May we offer to move the legislative agenda to the January 20th meeting, as the legislative agenda is not changing that much from what we're currently operating under. And so there's no urgency to review it tonight. And then in terms of review of the upcoming agenda items, that's also next scheduled for January 20th. We don't anticipate a lot of movement between now and then, but to just try to, we've had a lot of heavy discussion tonight, and I think that we can move on if council's interested in doing so.
How do council members feel about that? Looks like one thumbs up, other thumbs up. Yep, looks like it. All right. I don't think we need a motion to amend the agenda. I think it's, we're all under the same understanding. And given that I'm getting a little tired, I am, which is pretty obvious to anybody who's up here on the dais with me. So we'll do that. Thank you for the suggestion. I think the only concern that I have on the legislative agenda is just that the session is going to be starting imminently. If there are any suggestions to add anything to the legislative agenda, this gives us a little extra time, please consider doing so. Yeah. All right. City Attorney's report.
I have no report. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. And then the upcoming agenda items and identification of future agenda items. We had that on there twice tonight. Anything? No. All right. Then a motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Maintenance team members play a key role in the water quality their customers receive. In addition to flushing the water system every 3 years to remove any buildup in the pipes, they maintain the fire hydrants as well.